Good afternoon and welcome to Satsang with Mooji Baba. Welcoming everybody in the room here and also those joining us on broadcast. So to let everybody know that this Satsang is being broadcast live, and by being present at the Satsang, your image may be used for the sharing of Satsang. And it is indeed a rare, auspicious moment to be with this Master. And everybody here who has the opportunity to bring your question, to know that you're the voice for those joining from home who aren't able to ask a question. So let's really use this time to make the best use of the time with this Master, because it is so special. And I know there are many people coming for the first time, and it's a very big welcome for you. And if you're not familiar with Satsang, this could be a moment to just spend some time listening to get a feeling for what's happening and what Satsang is all about. After Satsang, there will be a very short break, and then Mooji Baba will come back to read some letters that have been sent to him or are left from the last event. And this will be a very short session, maybe 45 minutes, and there will be no questions at this time. So again, a warm welcome, and Mooji Baba will be with us in a moment. Thank you.
Did we bring the thing for? No. I don't believe it. Look at that. Wow. Look at you. Yeah. Okay, I got something for you. Om. Namaste, welcome everyone to Satsang today here at Monte Sahaja. So happy to see you all, many new faces. Big welcome for you. And also welcome to those friends around the world who are joining us via broadcasting today. We're very happy that so many are able to watch from home who are not able to come physically to be in Monte Sahaja and can have this opportunity through broadcasting. So we're very pleased with this service. So very much we're feeling one big Sangha meeting on Sundays, very, very happy occasion for me. And yes, I don't know how many people are completely new to Satsang, or just that we have not met in this physical place, but perhaps you've been watching already on YouTube. Are there people who are completely new to Satsang here? Completely? Okay. Does that mean you have no idea about it? I have no idea at all about it. Okay. Well, not so many. And this is already something good. I would say to those people who say that they have not had any exposure to these types of talks or meetings, that you'll find that gradually as we move through this short time together, you may find that you very much know what we are speaking about. Because Satsang primarily is about you, ourself. It's not about so much about the outer world. By outer I mean everything on this side of the eyes. Of course, whatever is on the outside of you, let's use this crude language, is only to trigger what our internal reactions are to the world that we perceive to be external. So I don't want to go into anything that's too complex, because what I want to share today is sublimely simple, very simple. And because it's simple, I'm happy to share this, because I don't want people to be confused and all philosophical about something as simple and beautiful and already harmonious as our inmost being is. So Satsang, broadly speaking, is to be conscious, recognize consciously our true nature. And by coming into that recognition, you can see where we are not really aligned, we are not really perfectly sitting inside our truth. And if we see this with the urge to be free from negative thinking patterns or behavior, it will become very, very easy to experience the true self. So, where do we start? I've just had a few days away. It's been very, very wonderful because for many, many years I've not done that. Just to have a few days, well, almost to myself, because we were always engaged in meetings and talking and so on. So I'm a little bit high at the moment, in the nicest way, fresh, and I've been in the sea and stuff like that. So. Okay. We have something that has been sharing recently, since this last term in India, the way in which my interactions with beings have changed somewhat, and I feel it is a very powerful change. Daniela. Okay, it has been a very powerful change, a very powerful shift in the way that Satsang is being exploring into the inner nature, and I feel it is a tremendous breakthrough, because previously we find that just every now and again someone would kind of get it, and it would be like this now and again. But we were seeing hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people, and I think, why is it only a few people seem to be fully getting this? But then something happened, and the way in which the guidance was coming became very, very simplified, and so we found that hundreds of people were getting the understanding and really dropping into that direct experience. And so since then, I've called it the invitation, basically. And it starts something like this, that I take it that everyone here, I would assume, but I don't assume too deeply, because I always have space for you saying, well, no, I'm not really fully here for this or something. But I'm assuming that everyone, if given the chance to discover their true nature, to experience themselves in the highest sense, that they would say yes to it. Would I be right in that? Yes. Is there anybody who would object to that? They say, well, no, I wouldn't want to do that at all. I'm so beautifully happy with my life right now. I mean, if there is a Buddha nature in me, I'm not ready for that right now. So this is how we started, by saying, if it were possible for you to come into the direct experience, to recognize, not just recognize mentally or intellectually, but with feeling and with clarity and certainty, your true nature, if this was possible today, would you be up for it? Yes. Yeah. That's it. I've felt that however many times I've presented these invitations, and some of you have already accepted, it always feels the most authentic way of meeting each other. So we are going to go in this direction now, because if I were to say, or I heard, or you came to me and you say, Mooji, someone told me that you can help me to really awaken to my deeper consciousness, my higher self, and I feel really that I'm ready for this. I'm very open. My life really has come to this point. I'm really here for this. Could you help me? And then my only response can be, well, let's take a look and see. So I put it in this way, that I'm here, and I'm in some sort of space or room or so, and you've knocked on my door, and we are talking, and you've asked me this question: is it possible? Is it really possible to awaken to the truth, that which is called enlightenment or awakening or moksha or liberate. Is it really possible? Because I've only ever heard it as a kind of fantasy. Is it really possible? And I say, yes, it is possible. And you then say, well, I really am here for this. I really am here for this. I would love to, because my mind is too much, my personal mind is so complex. I'm in such a difficulty. My life is not flowing. I really want to take this chance. If you can help me, please. I say, okay. So I say, you can come in, but before you do, you, like everyone, you leave your shoes today. You've done it. Leave your shoes outside. And the next thing I say is, you must also leave your mind outside. Okay? Now, that sounds like, whoa. I don't know if I can do that. How can I leave my mind outside? It's how to do it. I said, don't worry. It's very simple. All I mean by that, all I would mean by leaving your mind outside is simply this. Don't speak about your past. Don't think about anything that is past. Just for this short time that we are going to be together. Is it good enough? Yeah. Say, don't tell me, I did this, I used to meditate 10 years ago, and then, so I don't want to know. It's not important. Not important. So, you say, can you leave? Just forget about your mind, just like you leave it outside with your shoes. Okay? So don't speak about the past, and also don't speak about future. Okay? Because it doesn't exist in the way that you imagine. It is only a projection, only a kind of fantasy, wishful thinking. So we're not going to speak about future, because nobody knows that. So we're not going to speak about future, and we're not going to speak about the past. Are you happy with this? Yes. Yes, okay. Also, whatever self-image you have, who you think you are already, what you think you are, and who you think you are, and all of that, we're not going to talk about that also. So as you agree, like, just say that, yes, it's true, I'm with this. If what can happen today is the possibility of self-recognition, I can leave the past. I don't have to talk about the past. I don't have to speak about future, and I don't want to talk about me, myself, my person. I say, oh, this is very good. It's very good. And also, I'm not going to ask you to imagine anything. Not going to ask you to imagine. Let's imagine that we are walking down some... No, I don't need you to be imagining anything, or to be creating some kind of visualization of, let's say there's a white light pouring in. No, nothing like this. We're not going to do it. So this should already be easy for you, because you don't have to do anything at all. So wow, what's the catch? What's the catch? Because it cannot be so easy. Usually there is something coming. So let's carry on. So we won't speak about the past. So already you don't have to tell me any lies or nothing like that. Things about how things are, were, or so on. And about future, we are not going to speak about future. So you don't have to stretch yourself in that direction. And we're not going to speak about your person, what kind of person you are, and so what sort of type or something. No, I don't want to speak about that. It's not necessary. If self-discovery is what you want, we don't have to talk about these things. So that makes it very simple. So you agree? Yes. We're not going to talk about this. Not going to use imagination like this. So already these things are away from you, okay? So I am not imagining that we are doing this. We are doing this already, okay? So no past, no future, no self-image, self-description, nothing like this. No imagination, no visualization, that's fine. Where does that leave us now? You're here, no? You're still here. But no past, no future, no wishful thinking, no imagination, no desires or judgments. Just leave everything. Just be empty. Be empty just for a few moments with me. And just be here with me. Don't be looking at the person next to you to see how they're doing or if they're following me. You, this is for you only. Now, one more thing. Sometimes the mind comes and says, okay, I've done this. Okay, now what? Now what? So I'm going to say something. Now nothing. No next. No next. So don't be aspiring or hoping what we're going to do now. So no next. Just be here in this natural empty state. Effortless also, because I'm not asked you to create anything. We're good? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to be checking with you just about some feedback as we go. So these are the things I've asked, and so just so that you can be in a certain space within yourself where you're relaxed and empty. No information. I don't want any information about your person. Just empty like that. It's good. Okay. I needed to get you to this place and this point so that I can ask you some simple questions now. You're here. And I want you just to be, you're sensitively here. This state, if you want to call it for the moment a state of being, this, whatever it is that is now just here, this. Can it go away? I'm going to ask you collectively, this, whatever this is, can it go away? No. I don't want to give it a name because actually, well, does it have a name? No, there's no name. So this, whatever this is, has no name. Did it come from somewhere? Please look for yourself inside. Did it come from anywhere? No. Can it leave? If you fell asleep, is it possible that when you wake up it will be gone, this? Anyone can say from the back a little bit? Would it still be here or would it have gone? It's still here. Okay. Can it be touched? It can't be touched. Can it be owned? It can't be owned. Just stay with it. Can it be sick? Again, can it be sick? No. Can it be depressed? No. No, it can't be depressed. Can it be manipulated? No. Can it be with one group of people more than another group of people? No, it cannot be like that. Can it be disappointed? Is there any jealousy in there? No. Does any religion have more a hold on it than another one? Okay, here's a big one. Can it die? Sorry? No, it cannot die. Can it be impressed? No. If you come from another country other than Portugal and you have to leave, say tomorrow, would you be able to take it with you? How will you carry it? What is its size? Does it have size? No. Shape? No shape, no shape. Color? How about this? How close are you to it? Huh? No, no distance. You are it. Someone says you are it. How is it possible that a group of people who have come together from all over the world are talking about something they cannot see, you cannot touch, you cannot manipulate? Is it a belief? It is not a belief. And consistently, without meeting before to discuss anything, you're answering the same way. It can only be that this that we are speaking of is yourself. This, whatever name you want to call it, or no name, is yourself. Without distance, without color or shape or design or weight. But it's not the self you would usually describe as yourself. And yet, you have not said, this is my opinion. If I've asked you what color, you have not said blue, and someone say, no, it's more turquoise. So it must be that it is one. before the world of differences emerge. It is. It is. When the sense of differences emerged, it still is. If all differences and diversities should come to an end, it still is untouched. But right now, probably this doesn't mean very much for you, because it's not the usual way that you conceive of yourself or think of yourself. It seems like we have another self that has memories and attachments and fears and anxieties and worries about the future and pains from the past. And aspirations about the future, what kind of world we want to see. So are there two selves? Can I ask a bit over this side also? Is it there are two selves? So how do we account for this? Perhaps you have never considered that this which you have been responding to through my questions with you have never been considered as a self. Then what is it that you all know so well, when given the opportunity and the chance and the window to look through? What is it that we are agreeing with so profoundly? What is the place for that? Where is that? This is our essential being, our true nature, which is unchanging. It seems in front of it, a projection, a false nature, is produced out of it. That from this empty space has come this dynamic and diversified world of names and forms, of shapes and size and color. Like if you imagine that there was just the pure colorless light that then touches a prism and then manifests in all these rainbow of colors. And all this rainbow of colors we have called life, ourself, our world of feelings and desire and judgments and hope and aspiration and all of time and change. But the colorless source from which all these emerge, we are not conscious of it. The mind has gone into shock a little bit. Why have we not spoken of this place before? That which is imperishable, imperishable. Perfect. Without fault, without sickness, without fear, without distance, without anxiety. Why have we not spoken of it? When you yourself have just confessed, I am that. And your responses to my questions are confirming, I am that. Yet it does not seem our day-to-day life is in contact with that. It's not informed from this place. It's like We're living only from the neck up, from the chin upwards, is our life. How do we reconcile this discovery now? Is there any human being in this place to whom this question does not apply? Is it for somebody else but not you? So let's begin to take a deeper look. If this is, and the indications from you is that it is there, is it on pause? Is it inactive, waiting to be plugged in or something? So all the while, this that is has been the underlying, behind the facade of the person, there is this perfect nature, you may say. And yet, the sense of the person we take ourselves to be seems not to be conscious of this. Because the person has fears, worries about future, believes that we are this body, which is a time body. It had a beginning, it had a duration, which we call life or lifespan, and it seems to have an end also, which we will call death. And yet there is this, which is beyond death, imperishable, immeasurable, unconquerable. So all the while this has been here for every single being, every living being. And in our human kingdom, it's all the while our deepest truth. But how deep? It has been here. But we are that, we are this, and we are also this consciousness, which is as a dynamic aspect, which manifests itself as in this form, as in the feeling I am, I exist here, I'm in here, I who am here. And that I am is taken to be I, a person, I'm here. And the person seems real enough. And yet it is always like a chameleon changing color and shape. It's not consistently the same one. So where do we go from here? The realization of what you are seeing now must and will have an impact in your consciousness. Because throughout our lives, it's like another movement seems to capture our attention and to prevent the attention from recognizing this by always taking you to have contact with some form. Throughout our lives, our attention and the energy of our attention has been going outward, outward, outward through the senses, towards some sense objects, in order to taste them, to have the experience of them. Our experience has been a kind of material consciousness. We are attracted to the elements, to form, and to our imagination and projections about them. It has become an addiction almost, the addiction to experiencing. But has that really enriched our life, and to what extent, you see? As our experience, based upon the sense of personhood, brought us to a realization like what you are experiencing now, as the what is. Can I ask this question? Do we understand? If we have been experiencing on the basis of personhood, we have had so many experiences. Every day we are awake for how many hours? Say 14, 15 hours, let's say like that. 14, 15 hours of experiencing. For how many years? 15, 20, 25, 30, 50, 60, 70 years we're experiencing. As our experiences culminated in a conclusion as powerful as your realization happening right now? No. Then something is missing. You understand my question?
Yeah, you just said something that I didn't catch.
If all these years of experiencing based upon personhood, that I'm this type of person, I'm such and such, no? All these years, however long you've lived, 20 years, 30, 40, 50, 60 years of experiencing, as that culminated, as it brought us to a point where we can confirm that what we have discovered just now, that is true through our experience. Have we come through that? I would say no. I would say no, because for most human being is concerned about their material existence, their biological existence, what they have done, what they want to do, and so on, based upon personhood. I'm saying this to show you the profundity of the experience, of the insight and the recognition of what is taking place just now through this simple invitation. Have you ever been able to say that I am this with total conviction, that I am immortal, deathless? Have you through your life been able to say that with conviction? No. But now you can say, not because you have received some kind of indoctrination. There's an echo on the microphone, I believe. Not because of some indoctrination, but because you are experiencing directly in looking, you can confirm, yes, this, whatever it is imperishable, it is formless, it is not, it's not growing, it cannot judge, it is not jealous, it is not afraid. And then finally, it must be you. How much distance from you is this that you're speaking? No distance, which equates to, I must be one with this. Then if I'm one with this, where is this tremendous realization surfacing in your day-to-day life? Do you follow now? Yes, yes. Let's put it this way. I've been using a simple kind of explanation, no? That, and I feel it's the most appropriate one, so I'll use it again today. That in some countries, we have had to change our currency. Like in the UK, we had to change from one currency to say, well, we didn't go to euros in the UK, but, let's say some countries have changed from one system into, say, euros. And everyone is asked to make this changeover. All the old money will be redundant by a certain date. You're said, bring in your old money and we will exchange for new money. For a while, you go to the market, the same things you would buy 2-3 weeks ago are still there. Exactly there, they are there. But now they are being presented through a new currency, and we don't yet know the value of the new currency. So it says now this is, €2.50, but we don't know what the value of €2.50 mean. So for a while we are going back to the old currency. Asking George, what is €2.50? They said, oh, it's so and so. Oh, it's reasonable. Okay, yes, I have to. You see, we had to relate to what we knew from the past, because you are not yet familiar with the new. Same like this. This is timeless, yet at the same time you're experiencing as though it's new. You see? And we are used to thinking in terms of our feelings and what we think and our conditioning and our traditions and our culture and so on. All of this flavors our experiencing, and we have to take everything through this process. But in the what is, something is fresh. Does the what is have a history? No. Does it have tradition? Can it be manipulated to favor one system more than another? No, it is pure. But something is preferring to not go there just yet, because we are still familiar with the old system. We like the old system. We know where we are. And so what happens is that there's going to be a slow changing over so that the life can be moving from this perfect nature. Do you follow or not? Yes. Can you imagine a life that is not moving from the place of prejudice and fear? That is not your foundation. Or from the fear of death. Or some people fear of life even. Of judgments and rejections. Where there's a sense of limitlessness. Where your sense is something immeasurable. But if you are attached deeply to our mental conditioning, psychological conditioning, something may manifest as a fear, like, I can't be that big. I'm going to be spread too thinly. Many fears can come through the mind. But again, bring it back into the what is, because where is the what is? Over there or here? It's right where you are. Looking from the what is the impact of the fear of rejection or something. That will only have meaning and impact when the what is goes into the form of a person. When it takes on personhood, then it can feel the impact of rejection and fear and all of these things. Do you see? So for the first time, for many people, it's going to be that you have a very powerful ground against which you can measure the impact of personhood and to see whether the limitations of personhood is obligatory, meaning that you cannot help it. That's just how it is. Or it can be seen from another perspective, that personhood is not a fact, it's actually a fiction. And are we mature enough, strong enough to face such a truth? Well, you should be, because the person is not consistent. The person says, I love you, I'll go to the ends of the world with you today. And tomorrow, I'd like to introduce you to somebody. I want to go to the ends of the world with her. The person is not consistent. And then the person is taking upon itself a lot of blame for something it cannot help be doing. Because the nature of the psychological identity is that it is not reliable, it is not consistent. It is made from mind stuff, which is very, very fluctuating, very, very fragmented functioning. But always the self, the pure self, has been what you are. You're simply not aware of it. The more you become conscious of this, the more you become aware of it, the more it comes into effect. Can you sense this or not? The more you become aware of it, then you become conscious of its presence and its power. Just as the same way, the more you became aware of yourself as person, the more you became aware of your lack of power, of limitations, of inconsistency also. Personhood was somehow imposed upon the consciousness that we are in our dynamic expression. Personhood was imposed on all of us for a time. It's like you put on this software suit called a person, and you began to think like a person and act like one, and greedy and judgmental and all these things, but also good and having fun and all of these things. It's a matrix of inconsistent stimuli, no? Watched from the root, from the ground of being, watch from the root of the isness, the suchness, that which isness, it becomes something very light and changeful. You can bear its changefulness because you can see that the person is changing, but you are not. Before, you believe you are the person, so when the change happens, which it has to happen because the person is a phenomenon which belongs to the realm of changefulness. It's a relativity, and it will always be changeful. We were identifying with the changeful, trying to make the best part of the changeful absolute, while our nature is relative. Do you understand this? Yes. So, of course, frustrations. But certain deep impressions have been formed in the phenomenon called a person. Some desire, some aspiration, some longing has been treasured in the heart, and they've rooted as some deep impressions, and these impressions they have a tax with them, which means that however much you try to go in this direction, these impressions are going to be calling you up. We want to go this way. The one who feels pulled about by the impressions, that one is also not ultimately you. It is also part of the phenomenal field. But this is where we hit often resistance. Because the place we have identified as your most comfortable position so far, with its good and bad, we don't want to upset that. We are treating that as a fact, and from this place of our imagined factual self, we are trying to pick all the good things to keep for this nice self-image we have of ourselves. But that itself is not consistent. How would it be? Maybe it's too premature, it's too early to ask a question like this. But let's go back to the sense of the what is. Let's just rest as the what is. And I'll ask you, Does the what is have a problem? No. But the what could be maybe has lots of problems. The what used to be has lots of problems. History, projections, connections, all of these things is a web that it lives in. Is it possible to have this crossing over? Well, yes. The more you spend, and this is where effort comes in the beginning, time, just resting as the what is, consciously, then that short bridge from the person into the what is will be crossed. The more we go back to the person, the bridge gets longer and longer. The more we live in the realm of personhood, it's like the bridge may seem, well, to be honest, there's no bridge. Okay? To be honest, there is no bridge. Experientially, it will feel like there is a bridge. But in reality, there is no bridge. Because when I say, let's be back in the what is, I didn't see you holding on to any rails going across any bridge. It's instantly, you're in the state of the what is. But there's an itch arising in the what is to go back to the place of the what could be. It's a familiar ground, familiar territory. And so something like a reflex, and somehow we're back into, a bad email, an unpleasant SMS, and we're back in the what used to be, the what could be, easily disturbed. And that has been the nature of consciousness in its self-portrait as a person. It falls very easy into the trap of personhood or mindset. Have you heard this term, mindset? It means that a fixed way of looking at things. Get fixed. If you are not strong in the heart, meaning strong, established in the ground of your own being, you have a fickle mind, means that people can influence your mind very easily. Someone starts to gossip about someone, and then you start to pick up their gossip like it is yours. This is what is meant by a very, very weak mindset. To make you accept and believe that you are a type. Is the what is a type? No. You are beyond type. But somehow through conditioning, repetitive conditioning, we have associated with certain type of practices and behavior, habits that make us believe we are a certain type. If you accept yourself as a type, it's called typecasting, means that you've cast yourself as a type, then you find that there are other types different from you. And there begins the place of friction. You won't want to mix with other types. You like your type. But even your type is not a replica of you. So when we go towards the realm of the psychological person, it's a very unstable and complex field. I'm sure you can sense that. When you move your attention back into the what isness, does it feel poisonous? Does it feel like a strain? I'm asking, does it feel like it's unnatural to be in the what is? Does it feel irresponsible? It's a good one. Irresponsible. Like, you should be really worried. Everybody in the world has troubles. Don't pretend you don't. You see? Oh, yes, I do. What are my troubles again? Oh, yes, I'm sure. So we accept these definitions sometimes very easily because we feel that it is natural to do that. But to define is also to confine and to restrict that which is by nature formless. When I asked you, what form is it? No form. No form. And I ask you, what's the distance from yours? No distance. Same, one as. So you are admitting also in your essential self, you are beyond form. With form. With form, beyond form. It is fine. You are the invisible inside the visible. The stillness inside the movement. And there's not a conflict. There's the dynamic life, the this and thatness of life, and yet there's the isness. From where the diversity is being expressed, and yet in the core of this diversity is that which is stable. Your hand is up. Let me hear from you now. What do you want to say?
Namaste, Guruji.
Namaste.
I just feel I have to say it because it feels like I cannot say this to anyone, but I know I can say it to you. That I know this life is for full liberation. And it's not because there's suffering here. I just don't care about experiences anymore. I don't care about having friends or being in a community or having a good life. I don't care about my life anymore, and I cannot say this to anyone because it sounds like, you would say that because you're suffering and you say, oh, I don't care about my life, but it's not true. Life is beautiful here, but I don't care about my life. My life is not about me.
Your life is not
about me.
About you, okay. What is it about?
About you. I don't know what that means, but
yes, it simply means that it is for that which is. Only the what is, which you can perceive through my speaking about it and your recognition of that as your inmost being. That is what really matters.
Yes.
That's what really matters, because everything that you see, everything that you perceive, everything that you think you have, one day will be gone. That's not a sadness. That's not, oh, that has been going on for forever. Okay? So get over it. Everything will be, it's good to look in the cool light of real understanding. Everything is changing by the moment. And it's not that coming to such a profound place of seeing means that you're unfeeling or that you don't care. It simply means you don't mind. You're not fighting to keep things from changing or to push things into change. Let them change. If it is their nature to change, let them change. And that change also is happening in your body, your mind also. You cannot decide something and make it so. You cannot say, today I am not going to experience. It's my holiday, I'm not going to experience. You cannot say that. You cannot say, darling, I know it's your birthday tonight, I promise I won't snore. You can't say that. You can say that, but you have no control over that. So we are saying many things with the feeling like, oh yes, we can do this, we can do that. And in a way, there's much, there is a play for choice. There is a meaning and a place for choice. The most acute and beautiful one is to not keep going every time the mind suggests something, that you go with that. A choice can be just to stay as the witness of it and to stay in the isness of your being. Until now, much of our life has been about doing, and also to be seen to be doing. A lot of our life. Nothing is wrong with activity. Activity must happen. But to define yourself in terms of activity in that way and not give any space for being, there is a sadness there. If we are not familiar with ourselves as being, and always the mind must be in gear, it must be up to something, doing something. And in your waking state, your sense of being is pretty much absent from your conscious self. You cannot be happy. We will enjoy some things, will be enjoyable momentarily. But the joy that is yourself, you will miss. It will seem to be momentary. It will seem like it is the outcome of some activity. And you will not know the joy of being, which is not in conflict with activity. Activities happen. We imagine that we must activate to make activity. But it is the life force which is the animating principle and force behind this universe. It happens. We don't have to go into does it or does it not. What is important is that we begin to recognize the isness of being. Otherwise, your mind might convince you that you're more valuable being active than being. You're more credible because you're doing something. And give no credence, give no quality, give no respect for your intuitive or meditative abilities. Even to be here and to turn the attention into and towards the isness of being. You do this now. And see if it has a place in your life. In fact, we should not even be saying if it has a place in your life. It gives life to life. It is the source. You can't have a space for the source. That is really meaningless and highly stupid thing to say. When we are more conscious of our, not even, we will use the words for now like our contact with the source, because the human mind cannot comprehend being one with. It feels like it must make contact with the source, like it can exist without the source. It cannot exist without the source any more than a spark can exist without the fire. So when someone comes and speaks like you do and say, it is true, I'm not living for experiences, it might sound very strange, because it seems as soon as we are embodied, you may say, in form, we are become addicted to experiencing. We love experiencing, bitter and sweet. For someone to say, like, I am tired of experiencing, or I am not pursuing experiencing, it happens. As Sri Nisargadatta Maharaj he says, I leave my human nature to unfold according to whatever its destiny is. I remain as I am. What does he mean? I leave my human nature to unfold according to its destiny. Whatever its pattern is, whatever it needs to be doing, let it happen, that's okay. I am not that. That doesn't define what I am. I remain as I am. I am the witness of that stuff going on, and the intelligence in it also emanates from me, but I cannot be directly manipulating that. Some order is there already. Something is playing through that. But I am not here for that. I'm here in spite of that. That's a very strong thing for a human being to say. What must he have seen to say something like that? In my world, there's always harmony. In yours, conflict. What can it mean? Because if you are deeply attached to your mind and person, there will always be conflict. There'll always be yes and no's and maybe and this and that, and we'll value that. We'll think, oh, life is so rich, but yet you're drowning in it. What would it mean? In my world, there is always harmony, while in yours there's conflict. It's not an insult. It's saying things as they are. And the more that we cherish and are loyal to our identity as personhood, the longer it will take to drop inside our true place. Simple it is, sublimely simple. If I say, stay as the what is, who will grasp? Yes. Stay as the self, who will grasp? Instantly. It's not a doing. It's just a recognition, and instantly you are the what is. If that is not reminded of, then maybe you will be drifting in the personhood state for quite a long time. But once you have seen this, something as profound as this, you cannot unsee it. And it will begin to mature inside. And it will send its fragrance to every part of your being. And every part of your being will come alive in the true. The more you feel deeply desirous of this, the faster its effect. The more you are in resistance to this, the more it will seem to weaken.
Guruji, I have seen that this body belongs to the world, but what I am is beyond the world.
Yes.
And it feels like something still tries to play inside that keeps saying you have to be human, like identify as human and belong to the human family, and sounds true. It sounds arrogant to say even, like, I've seen that I am beyond this world. But
there is a force that is playing within us that seems to be active to keep your attention and your focus only upon your daily existence. Pay your bills, make sure there's food on the table, wear the latest clothes or whatever it is, entertain yourself with these and these things, and it's like that is what a life is for many people. It doesn't encourage a deeper introspection into one's nature. It's as though that's not of any value even. And yet, so many beings are coming into that recognition. Why? You can call it grace, you can call it whatever. Some power is working to bring you home for those who are attracted to it. If you're not attracted to it, it's fine also. It's all fine on some level. Because what is not fine is when you are not attracted to this and somebody is trying too hard to make you attracted to this. It's not your time, it's not your moment. It is not the timing of the universe. Let people be where they feel most drawn to. When the time comes for change, change will be activated in them. It can come in innumerable ways. It can come through a tragedy, or it can come through meeting someone that has such a tremendous influence that they inspire you into change. It can be having an operation, or a near-death experience, or watching a movie or reading a good book. Something may touch you in this way that just culls the drive to go out searching for sense pleasures and turn the attention towards the heart. And then you come to life as life itself. Everybody must wake up at some point. This is your chance. Whatever the motivation has been to bring you here, you may think it's your mind or something like this. Well, perhaps it is. But in recognizing this, which you cannot give a shape to, a form to, has been such a delight for me to see that we can speak about the formless with such total clarity and conviction, beyond the realm of opinions. Why? Because your mind was not invited to this gathering in that way. And when you left everything, you can begin to see with universal eyes and not just with person. The person will say 1 minute and disagree with itself another moment even.
Can I ask for your blessing to have the strength to go all the way, no matter what?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. To go all the way means what? First, I've shown you the all the way place, and that you are in the all the way place. But the capacity is arisen in consciousness to go also back to the place that is in time, that is in change, a field where there's the play of attraction and distractions. And for a while, you may find some reflex takes you back to what seems like familiar ground. But because of the impact of seeing, something is working in your favor. Whereas maybe you would be drifting in consciousness, maybe for 2 or 3 days at a time, it's becoming 2 or 3 hours. It's becoming 30 minutes before you catch yourself like, whoa, what was that? You're waking up. And then it may come down to just 2 or 3 minutes of drifting in no man's land. And what was that? Like, you won't be able to carry that state of delusion for very long. Maybe it will be 10 seconds next time. You're, sorry, what was that? That you're not taken over anymore, quite like this. And then you feel, finally I've done it. And whack, you have not done it at all. You see? So there is this oscillation somehow of the attention that goes towards the constructed self, the self that has been developed as a sort of some hybrid of the self. We're living in this state where this is where all our anxieties, this is where all our brutalities, this is where all our clashes and the horrible side of our nature can come through delusion, through the identity of personhood that's likely to feel threatened by the sense of otherness, by the friction of differences, and the fears and all of this, the gullibility of our own projections and mindset. Imagine that is changing, where instead of being sucked into a mode of belief or activity, something observes and see, but that is just nonsense. That's not a true choice. That is just some sort of deranged mentality. You can leave this. And so more space is given for the beingness to simply breathe in its own expansiveness. So this, far from being an end, could be a new beginning, where you begin to experience and discover the depth and the profundity of that which simply is. In all our human kingdom over so much generations, and we have not been given that encouragement that this side of our nature is the most valuable. This is what makes us truly human and also divine also. We have been too much the human and less the being. Too much the person and less of the presence. We don't have to look far to see the outcome of ignorance of our true nature. And what has been very encouraging is to see that people can begin to see in mass, to come into an awakening of the recognition of the what isness. How far it will go beyond this point, I don't know. I wait. Time will tell. Time will tell if the timeless is recognized. It has to be in your blood. It has to be in your lungs again. This love for life and this love for true life, this love for truth, this love for God, and this love for harmony, you must breathe this again. And how easy. Difficult a little bit in the beginning, simply because of the momentum and the power of habit, but only for a while. You know, I've looked at it in this way because just yesterday, walking into this bathroom, the bathroom is dark. It's just in dark. And just the shutter is open a little bit, and immediately, a little tiny bit like this much, and the whole room is light. Let's put it the other way around. When the room is in light, and a little bit of opening and outside is dark, it has no effect. Such is the power of light. And light here means real knowledge, real understanding, real power. A little light, and the whole room is illumined. When the light's in the room, a little dark, nobody notices. It cannot push into the light. The light of consciousness is like that. As we become more conscious of that which is here, not creators of it, you can't create. It is uncreated. It can only be discovered, recognized, appreciated, valued, acknowledged, loved. Be. Hallelujah. What am I talking about? Future?
No.
No.
Thank you so
future,
much.
not future. Not past. Not even present. Not even present. Isness. Timelessness. What time is it in the isness? What season is the isness? From the mind may come, but if it has no reading, it has no value. We love contrast. But the source, the isness, is the source of contrasts, of life, of all of this. This is momentary. This is timeless. So don't think so much about it. Instead, be it. Bring your attention simply just to rest in the sense of isness, in the isness. Try even to understand in the heart what is isness without scratching your head. Can it be felt? Feelings arise in it. They come and go in it. But it does not come and go. Of what value is it? The mind may ask. What good is it for? What can we do with it? That this is the mantra of the mind. It wants everything. If you gave it the moon and say, yeah, okay, what do I do with it? give it the world. I want the world, give it the world. Okay, now what do I do with it? Now the isness. Yeah, what goes it? What can I do with it? Well, it's not something to do anything. Recognize it. Recognize it in yourself. And let your life be lived according to its destiny and nature. I'm going to speak on your behalf and tell you this is the most important discovery you have made and will make in your whole life. A discovery that will save you from death itself. It will kill death itself. If you understand it right, what I'm speaking. And you know what? You yourself will be able to verify my words in you. You yourself will be able to verify. Why? Because you have the power, and because it is now also. I'm not telling you, listen, you go and come back and tell me in 6 months. Now you can tell. Now you are asked the question, and now you answered it. I didn't give any homework. I asked you now, and now you answered. Why? Because it is now. Come and speak.
I just wanted to share something because this recognition that a lot of people had today, it changed everything for me some years ago, and everything. No, it just came up because it was a lot of sorrow that made me see that I am not what I thought, that I'm this. And when I came home after this change, a little bit of sorrow came back. But in some way I looked at it very deep, and then I saw that the things that had happened had not really happened. The bad things with the one I love, it hadn't happened.
Did the good things happen?
No, but I didn't look at it. But I see it didn't.
These are things that, as you go more, you are more absorbed in conscious abidance in the self. So many wonderful illuminations will come about life, about your own life, the life of family, the life of friends, the life of the world will become so clear in a way that if you studied them through a book, they could not be so clear. They will arise within you like waves of illumination will come, which is very different from studied knowledge. It is like awakenings. Awakening means that something that is so clear that it is not different from yourself. You see, the quintessence of it arises from the self, arises from the self. You see? And you'll be able to drop things much more easily. When you have the sense of a person, it's very difficult to let go of things, because the person survives on a kind of history. It needs a history, it needs the roots and the tendrils to hold on to certain kind of information that gives it a sense of enduringness, gives it a sense of reality, gives it a sense of continuity, which it doesn't have by itself. It has to grow these, and they grow through your memory and through identity. Identity provides the perfect compost for this kind of delusion to grow. And also, too much personhood brings a numbness, if you understand the word numbness, meaning like you can't feel anything. You can't feel anything. Nothing going in, nothing coming out. You're like a mannequin.
You can feel a little bit like that sometimes. But it's the mind says that you don't have any feelings when I'm with my children, and they try to engage me in various talks, or what to say, discussions, and they cry, and I don't really feel so much. But I love them. But I'm not. They get very angry at me because they cannot really engage me.
Can we look at that for a moment? We don't want to say this. When we start to fade, we will stop. Okay? He said there that I said before, the mind will create a sense of numbness, so you don't feel anything about anything. Don't feel anything about anything. You may even feel that that is awakening. I don't feel anything about anything. But it's actually a kind of a numbness. You're not required not to feel for truth. Mind, you don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything about anything. Okay? Like this. But it's different. So she admits, yeah, the mind can sometimes say, actually, look at you, don't feel anything. You don't actually feel anything. Because she said in her case, she sees sometimes her own children, they are trying to engage her into some kind of conversations, but intuitively and instinctively, you sense those conversations they're nothing. It's nothing. What do you do when the people who you've loved, you care for them, but they're talking stupidness, basically, and they want to involve you and give you a 5-star seat in this thing? What do? You play along and say, yeah, oh. You can do it, because maybe at a certain point you can't do it. Maybe you can't pretend anymore. Is it scary that perhaps you can't pretend?
For me, it has been when I came home for you the first time. I didn't know what had happened, but I felt this is myself. So and I heard you say that honor this, and I also felt like this must be the truth. It can't be else. So sometimes the children felt very. I don't know what they felt, but they said to me that something like, "Who are you?" And when I didn't act as I used to act.
Yes.
I used to get very angry and hit the car and things like that, and I didn't do that anymore. I just stopped and looked what was wrong and things like that, and they didn't recognize me anymore.
Yes. Were they disappointed?
If they were.
Were they disappointed?
No, not because of that, but
Okay.
when I'm not involved in certain things that they used to have me as feeling sometimes bad and
Yes.
yeah, things like that. They go on very hard on me.
Are we open for a genuine change that may have these type of outcomes in them? Because it is important, huh? If you want to start to make some kind of agreement, no, I'd like to have a change, but I don't really want to upset my children too much, or, then I would say it's not going to happen to change. You've already decided you don't want to change. Not into yourself completely, you're not ready to be yourself yet. Or we may have a fear that if I am myself, some people have a feeling that if I am myself, that's going to be awful. I said, no, it's going to be beautiful. How can it be awful? You see? Maybe on the way to some kind of change taking place, like I explained one time not long ago, when this one woman, she was coming and she said to me, Mooji, I'm not a nice person. I'm not a nice person anymore. I said, what happened? She says, I don't know. I'm just not nice anymore. What happened? She said, because I she went to a petrol station, she bought her petrol, and she felt that they'd give her the wrong change. And suddenly, normally she would go, oh, never mind, no, that's okay. But today she goes, where's my money? So she said, I don't usually act like that. I could see it like this. You're stealing from me. And she was like this. And then after that, she came out and she got into her little car. And she came out of the station. And there's a big truck, big juggernaut coming down. And he passed her in a funny way. And she decided to take him on in her little car. And started to drive. Trying to take. She said, I'm not usually like this. What's happening, Mooji? I'm turning into a very bad person. I said, no, it's not like that. You've been falsely good for too long. And now it's just balancing up a little bit, and it's gone to the other extreme a little bit. It will come, just don't worry so much about it. Because I've been so used to going, hi, and so then something, it makes you tired to be like that if it's not genuine. So something was released from this, and then she goes, oh my God, what's happening to me? I said, don't worry about it. That will settle down in its own way. This will settle down, don't worry. So we have to give some space for some of these changes to happen. And you know inside also that it's fine. You know it's fine, isn't it?
When you say this, it happened to me also, that I can get very, very angry at my children. But it doesn't stay. It's like, and that also they get a little bit. Mama, you were so angry just 1 minute ago, and now, and I don't feel it anymore.
Good. If you ask them, would you prefer that I felt it for longer?
Yeah, I can try that.
This is something that happens, is that you're not able to hold on to things for very long. The mind is different. The whole mindset is different. It loves evidence, and it catalogs them. Wednesday the 22nd, you said this to me, and next morning, Thursday at 9:30, you remember? He said, remember what? I can't remember the last 2 seconds ago. So like this, because it needs to have this kind of. So watch out for that. All these things will drop away, by the way, because they are not really natural to you. Not natural for you. So welcome into the isness. Be more into the isness of being. Put your Put yourself there. Be in this. Contemplate it. Enjoy. Appreciate it. Thank you. That I can be just here, Mind hits you sometimes with very irresponsible. You're moving away from reality. You see? You should be a lot angry about this. And look at you, pretend like nothing's happened. All these type of things. Okay. Thank you, my love. You come this one. Where are we here for?
Namaste, Guruji.
Namaste, my love.
When I was here last October, you gave me your blessing and permission to not engage in socializing anymore, because that was. After that, 4 people came to me the next day. They said, "I'm so glad that you asked Guruji, because I feel exactly the same way." So when I went home, I basically told all my friends, I'm not socializing anymore. I'm not coming to parties anymore. I'm not coming to coffee anymore. I'm not coming to visit you anymore.
And go on.
But I said, you're always welcome to contact me. You're always welcome to come and visit me if you feel to. And it's worked perfectly. I hardly even get any emails anymore.
Look at that. Well, that was very upfront, isn't it? They didn't feel shocked or nothing?
The mind was going to say, there's some people I don't really want to spend time with, and these ones I like to spend time with. But what I realized is if I told everyone the same thing, then it always gave me the freedom to pop in and see someone if I want. It's like, I don't have to, never visit anyone. But it's like it comes from the truth, not from some false expectation of mind to be this kind of nice social person.
And you give them a chance also to exercise that for themselves also. They may feel like, I've been wanting to do this for a very long time myself.
And then actually this kind of impulse came to actually sell our house and move. And then I was like, I don't even know where to move to. And it was like, you just have to take this step in trust without knowing what the next step is. Mm-hmm. And I've lived in the area I've been in for 30 years. And so I kind of decided to take steps, and I thought, no, I'll sell it when I come home because I'm here till September. And
so you live alone, or you have a family?
With my daughter.
Okay.
With my daughter.
How does she feel about it?
Oh yeah, she was quite happy, but we thought we were going to move in the local area. And then this kind of little signs came, and it was this place about an hour and a half away on a mountain. And she rang me and she said, I've just been up there. I think you should come. I think you'd love it up here. There's beautiful walks in the rainforest. And I said, okay, let's go. And I thought, we'll just have a look at a few places. And second day we were there, we found a place that we just loved. And I said, well, let's go and put the house on the market for a weekend and see. And the first people that came bought it.
Well done.
And my friend said, one of my best friends, she said to me, we thought about moving once, but we said we could never move away from our friends.
Yes.
And the funny thing is that the day that she picked me up at the airport last year after I left you, we met a young man at the campground where we stayed that night, and he just moved from the other side of the country to this place. And so we went and stayed with him, and then it's like we have one friend there, so it was like, I don't know, it's just like, I just feel that this is just, this that I am is just unfolding so beautifully without any effort. I mean, we had to clean the house. It was a lot of work. It's like, I said to my daughter, just because something is divine and in order doesn't mean it doesn't take effort. And yes. I mean, I see that in your manifestation here.
Yes,
everyone, there's a lot of work.
Yes.
But it's joyful and
yes.
And there's no expectation. And we love our home, actually. And my daughter said, look, the worst thing that will happen is we get to stay where we love. So there was no, I mean, there were moments the mind was going, we were buying a house, selling a house, and I was getting ready to come. It was like crazy, but it happened in 5 weeks from seeing the house to... Actually, 2 days ago, I got an email saying it's all happened. The house is sold, the house is bought, the poof. So.
Beautiful. Don't get scared, guys.
And I feel so grateful to be here with you.
Yes, yes, yes. I am so happy to see when someone moves with the heart also. Just sometimes it goes like that you don't have to wait for this safety sign. But the heart saying like this, and you move. You see? You're planning and, tomorrow I'm going to go. But the wind comes tonight, you're gone. There's a difference between impulsiveness and intuition. And, you get this feeling inside and it just feels so true and you just go. And this is very beautiful to hear because I don't want to tell people, oh, you should do this, because in a sense, she's just moving with the current, with the pulse with the cosmic pulse. I feel this is beautiful. But it is informed from inside. It's informed from inside. That is not just looking outside, but something moves from inside. You see? And I know this one very well. Also. You see? It's time to go. And then people come. The same thing happened in India many years ago with me. Having to leave Papaji, and it was just time to go. It was some to go. And so many people coming and saying, we had this ready to go, but we stayed because we felt, no, it wasn't the time to go home. And I said, just go. I don't know what's coming, but I know that something has to go. Just go with it. It could be in small things also. It doesn't have to be necessarily changing country or changing house. It can be small changes, but the feeling behind is immense, you see. Just to not always be not living like a shellfish or something always in your little thing. Sometimes just it's time to move or to change, to refresh that inner space. So I'm very happy. I can see it all over you also.
And it's so interesting because sometimes the mind comes and goes, but what are you going to do there? Oh, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. And this morning I was listening to you and I thought, you know what? I don't have to have a plan. And every time an idea comes up, I just want to have your grace to just stay with the sense of being.
Yes, stay with the sense of being. Stay, go there, be there, be there. There. Wonderful, wonderful.
I love you with all my heart.
Same. Love you with all my heart. So great. Very good. So again, just to recap experientially, that we're simply here, and does anybody feel like running back outside to collect the old stuff you left outside? No. So, mind in its play, in its role, as the one reminds you yesterdays and tomorrows, and so you're not engaged with him for now. Just be in the clear expanse of being. And don't be making anything up in the mind. No pictures, no images, no imagination, no dreams, no visualizations. If they are formed, you are the one who perceives them, and their ephemeralness, because they appear and they thin away and they go. one after another, they come and go. You don't have to be so engaged with that. They're just like clouds passing. You know? You see? Don't have any favorite clouds. Let everything just pass. And just remain in and as that beautiful expanse. You're like the space. So when we use the word consciousness, the sense of space, it doesn't jar, it doesn't strike against. It's very much conscious-like, the space of being. It has no particular shape. But it will assume the shape of any concept that you cling to. The consciousness will temporarily or for a while assume that shape. But you stay shapeless. Feel it now. Are you less you? Are you less yourself? You see, in this formlessness. And trust also. The more you are confirming, seeing, being like this, you will come to see that if something genuinely needs to go into form or to be expressed, the energy, something will come to ensure that that expression is fulfilled. Trust and see also. That you don't have to be applying, sweaty force. If you are genuinely applying just sweaty force to push something, and in a space where you're not sensitive, so it's just force. There's no beauty in it, it's just brute force. Then you should know that that is not given, it is just allowed. And you may do it, but it will not come to beautiful fruits. As you spend more time and focus in just being, in the place of being, you'll find that the motivations, the urges that arise within you, somehow other forces sometime unexpectedly will join yours to complete an action that needs to happen. And it will help you to see that you're moving in accordance with the universal current. And that it is grace-driven, you see, rather than just that you are producing, manufacturing your own, by force, your own projections, you see. And as we spoke just earlier, yes, of course, there are times when this effort is required. Physical effort is required. But it's not a strain. It's accompanied by, there's a fluidity there, there's a joy there. And the joy makes it feel light. Everything becomes light. It's not heavy, not burdensome. It is very important that we are developing that sensitivity. It happens very naturally also. The sensitiveness to read the language of the vital force of life. You feel it, you sense it. You become more inwardly sensitive, more intuitive. So you're much more in harmony with the life as it's unfolding. You're not trying to push life about. You cannot push the what is about. And who would be doing it if you are one with it? It would just be coming from the mind again. No. Thank you. Thank you.
Mooji, a few years ago, I was sitting behind you in the dining room, Monte Sahaja, and you talked about the truth dart, and sometimes it goes into a rabbit and it goes straight over, and sometimes a rhinoceros, keeps running. I'm still running, and much
Mind is running.
mind is running.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. The dart's in me, and I'm okay that I'm still running. I feel the person now just has nowhere left to go. Everything fell away from me in the UK about 9 months ago, and I moved over here. And the person's every day he's got less moves to make, and I'm happy. And that's okay, and I don't really know anything anymore, and that's okay as well. When I moved to Portugal, I'm an hour down the road from you, and I think there were some expectations of my relationship to you. And, well, obviously expectations always cause upset and frustration. But I was applying for a program the other day here at Monte Sahaja, and one of the questions was, tell us about your heart connection to Mooji. Do you know what? I had no idea what they meant. I had no idea. I haven't let go in my heart yet, and that's okay as well. But I didn't know what they meant, Mooji.
What does it mean? You haven't let go of your heart yet. Why would you want to? What do you mean by heart?
Well, I'm conscious now of getting into concepts, and but just
in a simple language. Treat me like a child. I'm just simple language for me. What it means, let go of your heart.
Let go. Just feels like physically there's sadness and pain in here, and I feel that I'm in some way holding on to it, that I haven't let go of the past in here. I feel more and more I'm kind of dealing with that, if that's a good word. But in here, physically in the body, I think the body stores pain. There's research into it now that the body energetically holds on to stuff, and here just feel sometimes a heaviness and a sadness and pain, maybe accumulated pain from the past of hurting other people, and just kind of letting go of that, really. And when this question came up about a heart connection with you, it just resonated with that, really, that I just felt a little bit sad that I didn't really know what that meant in terms of our relationship with you. I was hoping by now that I'd be sitting at the front and, like you talk with Papaji, a relationship with him, and just completely, at his feet and open and devoted and that.
Not from the beginning.
No. And maybe that's an expectation, but in the last 9 months, been some little difficult times, and you've been there.
Where are you living?
About an hour past Machines, São Bartolomeu de Machines. It's an hour down the IC1, basically.
Messines.
Yeah, just the other side of that.
Yeah.
Just Lulé, kind of this side between Machines and Lulé.
Oh, okay. Why did you go so far? Why did you go so far?
Why did I go so far?
Yeah.
From the UK?
From me.
I was about to say I tried to get closer. I applied to help at the MSB this summer, and on the morning I was coming to talk to have the conversation. I came out of my house. I had a flat tire, so I thought, oh, is that a sign? And then I got bitten by a cat. and had to quickly go to hospital. And then I got pulled over by the police on the way here. And I thought, and then I came and I stayed here for a few weeks, and mine took me out. And you know what? I'm okay with that, because it was too soon. It wasn't the right time. I get that now, I really do, and that's fine. But I feel like I'm trying to get here, and that's okay as well, Mooji. But I just this question about the heart connection, I didn't know. I didn't even know how to begin to answer that, and it made me a bit sad, really.
Yes. Well, I know what my heart connection is with you.
So I didn't hear that, sorry.
I know what my heart connection is.
I'm glad one of us does.
We can talk about that also at some point, no? But it is true. I think you're recognizing that there are some things that has to play out, some little things play like this for many people. I hope it works through much more quickly, get processed out. And don't be waiting for that to finish. This is another thing. Sometimes we're waiting for that to finish, as though that's what's important. That's not really that important, actually, you see? Because sometimes the other chances have come in other way. And if you fix it like, that's what I'm waiting, like when all of that get exhausted, when I, then, it will all be fine. And I said, no, you're coming to Satsang is beautiful, and I'm happy that you come and that you spoke like this today also. But having said that, how was it for you in this invitation then?
I'm spending more, it's beautiful, Mooji, and I at home, I'm spending more and more. I do what I need to do in the day, and then when I'm not doing that, I'm sitting outside in as a self, in awareness, and it's beautiful. And maybe, I think, I've got a Mooji who I've been following for quite a few years now, and I may be just adding 2 and 2 and coming up with 5, because I've been following you for 5 years. You're just up the road, so I should be have this amazing relationship with Mooji, and I'm waiting for you to call me and be my master and my guru, and I'll be at your feet, and it'll all be beautiful. And maybe that's not how it's supposed to be, and I'm starting to sound like a broken record here, and that's okay as well. It really is. I guess I'm thinking it should be a certain way, and it's never going to be that. And I'm doing what you say. I'm staying as a self, and there's nothing to do outside of that. That little bit of effort you mentioned at the beginning, and it's all fine. And grace, I feel now I'm at the second bird, and a lot more as a second bird. And there's once you're second bird, there's nothing. The rest is grace, I guess.
The grace comes from inside. And its timing is always right. If you follow simply that you've understood, even by today, and some people may have really just heard this invitation, I put it as an invitation, to look together like this, and already it could be burning inside to make space for whatever has to now take place in the sort of to the person, so to speak, the person being is sort of like merged into the greater consciousness, need not take long. These are very mystical thing, very magical thing. Maybe someone considers themselves to be very adept at these things and have spent many years in yoga and meditation and so on, and may still find it very difficult. And someone could just be fresh and just, wow, that's so easy. You see? And sometimes we can expect some things too much, and they start to play against just the naturalness in which they already shown themselves, but we missed it. They show themselves, we missed it, because we're waiting to see it in a certain way or something, you see? But I know nothing is really, really lost like that. And when I come to satsang, I'm totally just so open for whoever this is for most, you know. And for me, it is everybody. From my side, it is everybody. Why should it not be you or anyone? If it is seen inside, and how, as I say, I expect somehow a little bit that there'll be a kind of shock to the mind, because it's not expecting something to be so radically simple, actually, as the invitation is to look, and so obviously clear that it's not anything that you've got to evaluate and spend time thinking about. It's immediately there. And now all there is now is just to keep being with that. And just even, it's not getting results like that you can see, but it's like results that you sometimes don't see. That behind, only later, you may go to meet someone and realize that in your interaction, a lot of stuff has dropped away from you that you didn't realize at the time. We don't always have to see where our improvements happen, or when there's, you know, as I said, what attracts me is not so much the visibility of someone, but more their invisibility. Because sometimes I see some people only once for a very short time each year. It can just be for a few hours. But I notice that when I see them, you know, they're so much less of the person. And it's like they're thinning away. And so, oh my God, this is fantastic. So it's their, I notice their invisibility. And it is so beautiful that the response is not coming from the old person anymore. It's like, that's, what happened to, I could just as well happen, what's happened to George? George? Oh, George. We don't know. So we don't always see that, you know, oh yes, I've changed so much, I've stopped doing it. No, sometimes you don't know until some interaction with someone or something make you realize that that thing is not there anymore. You know, so these are just it's so wonderful what has been happening and what is going to happen also as a result of that seeing. Because once it is seen genuinely, because of course there are forces that are working also inside us to delay and to postpone and to avoid and to distract and to give you some other thing, because if we have been used to the mind going and, oh, okay, here, off you go, you may find that that distraction is not really happening so easily anymore, that there's a stillness within you, and once somehow that stillness is recognized, it is just unsinkable. It is just there. And it's beautiful for me this last few weeks or so to hear people confirming so profoundly the impact of the seeing, you know. Not to try and convince anybody, just say, it's just like that. It's like a whole way of being has dropped away. Like in clumps, it's just dropped away because of the impact of this recognition that I can only be this. But some people, they see clearly. I mean, like, death means nothing at all now for me. It means nothing at all for me. Where we may have some very beautiful relationships with some people that were based upon real joy and so on, some little attachments come and we feel, oh, you don't want to leave them. But it is something still you offer up, you offer everything up. So beautiful. The life that you are is so magnificent, you know. It is so magnificent. It is so utterly, speechlessly wonderful. And that we are deprived of that recognition is the sadness I feel. And the gladness I feel to keep pointing and say, listen, don't touch that door. Just don't touch that. Let him go, let him go. Nice. Don't touch it. You don't have to. Just let him go, let him go, let him go. Let him go. Don't touch it. Because by habit, something goes. And if there's something that goes to the habit also, is also watchable.
Another question, Mooji, if I may. I wake up in the morning, and throughout the day, if I'm washing up and whatever, I'm probably giving myself too much a hard time. Being present, just being aware moment by moment of what's not truth and what's not, the higher choice. And is that unnecessary? Is it better just to do what you need to do and kind of roll with that, and then when that's done and you've got time to really give yourself to
yes,
the invitation, or
Listen, what I've said, with this, the isness that has been recognized now. Now, I gave example before, and it was like this: that supposing you had flu, flu. You had the flu for 3 weeks. You're in a flu. So those 3 weeks, night and day, are going to pass. Whatever you're doing, you're going to be doing it in the flu state. You're going to be sending your emails in the flu state. You're going to be having breakfast in the flu. You're in the toilet in the flu state. You're going to meet your friends. You cannot say, okay, this is not going to be the flu state. Everything is going to be the flu state. You see? So, anyhow. So everything is going to be in the flu state. Everything is going to be in the flu state. In the same way, in the beingness, more than the beingness, in the isness. In the isness. A kind of stateless state. Because states tend to come and go. So I'm going to call it the stateless state, meaning it doesn't come and go. Other states come and go in it. Bringing the attention just to watch it and be it at the same time. To be it, watch it. To be in that. There's a subtle tension, but that tension and attention is very, very beautiful together. Just be there. It shouldn't make you tired. After a while, it starts to energize you. If you feel tired, it's because you're doing it mentally.
Mooji, I'm sorry. When I'm in the space, and it's the difference between having the time, for an hour or whatever at the end of the day to fully, like here, to fully give myself to it. But it's in the day when I'm doing activities, and it's managing my attention then and trying to. Seems like I get myself to a state when I'm trying to do, trying to be isness and wash and do.
Let me finish. Okay? So you stay like this consciously for as little, 5 minutes for some, 10, whenever you can, just to sit and just to clarify the beingness. Okay? And gradually, because grace brought it, grace take care of it also. And you'll find that, wait a second, it's your mind that's making hard work of the beingness. When your mind is not saying, look, you're not doing enough, you got to try harder and stuff like this, makes it seem hard. But it's not hard, and it's not easy. It just is. Just like at a certain point, you realize you're breathing whether you're conscious of it or not. The breathing is there. In the same way, the isness is here. It just becomes your environment. Whether you, just like you are, you automatically know you are. You automatically know you are. You see? You automatically, you give yourself away all the time that you know you are. So this knowing you are and the beingness or the isness, they are one. It's only because we have been somehow given this other thing to be, which is the person. That was a development, because at one time you felt very strange to be a person at a certain time in your childhood. It was not acceptable to you to be the person. You see, but then you grew into it, and then we accepted it. You learn how to move the machine and stuff, and then you felt you were the person. And now it feels like you have to make effort to be the effortless that you are. The effort to become a person became a skill and just got established. So now when you think somehow of yourself, you think of yourself in personal terms. But the person is not consistent, it's jumping about. The person you think you are is actually the self you are. But you think you're putting this mask of a person over it. You're actually the self. Your natural feeling, the untaught, unlearned way of being and knowing yourself, that is what you are. That natural feeling of being. That is the I amness or the isness. It is actually the isness. But we have put other concepts around it and then somehow joined them together in a kind of false kind of grafting, which is not real. And that the time I take is just to expose where the fault lies. And the invitation is only to bring you again into the direct recognition of what is happening is there anyway. In fact, it's not a happening, it's the only thing that's not happening. Everything else is happening and unhappening. But this is not a happening, it just is. It is the root of happenings. It's difficult to put it in words in such a way, but it just is. It's the resting place for every aspect of your existence. Find it's a resting place for itself there. The body rests in it, the mind rests in it, the senses rest in it. You see? Everything, all your efforts rest in it. Your every single thing comes to rest in the isness. If there was no isness, there could not be the wasness, there could not be the could-be-ness. Nothing else could be. It is the basis, it is the source itself of all that manifests. And that's what you are.
Is the third bird beyond isness?
There is no third bird. That beyond the second bird is the isness.
Yeah.
It's not a bird. You know, the third bird, do we understand what it means, what we're talking about when I say about bird, the first bird, second bird, this type of thing, no? So just to give an example, because we're talking about it, we say, because I gave a picture that I saw some years ago, it was two birds are in a tree. On one branch, there's one bird and it's making a nest. So it's like it flies off, come back, making a nest, and it's feeding its babies and stuff. So this bird I took to represent our life in the world. Our sense of ourselves as a person, and the person's role. The person has to do all these things, has these responsibilities, making a life, making a nest, making your house, making your job, making your whatever it is that a person is supposed to do, first bird. Now, on a branch just above this first bird sits another bird. But this bird just quietly looks. It's not making any nest. He just is very quiet and just looking. He can see the first bird and the first bird's activities, but also can see the sky and feel the wind, see the trees, watch the clouds, everything. But he's naturally doing. And this second bird represents the ability within us to observe without identifying. You get it? So it points to that ability within our being to kind of begin to observe without identifying. And that is one of the first great steps to awakening, to learn to observe. We have some reports of some beings who are in prisons, around the world. There's about 2 or 3 different areas of these beings in different parts who are in prisons, okay? This one maybe on top, maybe from the United States. And they have been in prison for a while, some of them with psychological problems and so on. And they have been taught to observe. And it has been amazing what they are recognizing, that there are choices they could have made earlier, when if they were only able to observe themselves more than simply react. So this reactionary mode is more aligned to the person, the first bird who's going out doing things. The second bird is the ability to observe and not to go with the actions, reactions, interactions, but simply to be aware of them. When you are aware of them and don't get involved in them, you become naturally self-aware. Normally we are aware of something and then you're pulled into the action. That is not really witnessing. The witnessing I'm speaking of is you're aware of it, but you're not involved, you're not making qualitative judgments. You're simply aware, and that awareness, by looking at the thing, if you don't get involved, it becomes like a mirror and it throws you back on your being. And so you become aware of your beingness at the same time, simultaneously, with the activities are happening. But the beingness become more pronounced. So some people, the action, they go through the senses, either through sight or sound or touch or smell or something, the mind goes out, shopping for sensations. Here, mind is going out, but the attention stays in to be with the watcher of it. And as soon as the watcher becomes aware of himself, things change very big. Things are changing very big. You're not so easily called up into the actions. You're not so easily influenceable. You're more in a place of stability. And then wisdom begins to arise within you. You're in the state of self-awareness. Not of object awareness, but of self-awareness. So this simple recognition is having a tremendous effect in the lives of people who don't have the choice to just walk out of jail. They're using the time to look and to reflect and to see, oh my God, this is... And wisdom is coming up for them, where increased sensitivity in seeing, increased awareness of the self, and the falling in love with the self, meaning appreciating the self, respecting it, honoring it. They begin to discover that that is true self-respect. And it's so powerful and empowering, you see? And from there, it becomes more pulled in, further stage of pulling in, it unites with the ground of being, you may say, which is pure awareness. Now, we are so accustomed to using our mind in the mode of personhood, we are not able to comprehend what it's like when the mind is functioning in the stage or the state of the sage or something. Well, they are not looking for sensations in quite the same way as the more, what I would say, coarser expressions of the mind is looking for sense gratification. No, their joy comes from simply abiding in the self. The power is in staying in the self. And it is much more intense and lasting. They are not looking for joy. They are themselves joy. But they don't waste, they don't hemorrhage any energy through simply rushing out towards objects. They keep the energy in the subject. And then all these names, they drop away. Objects, subjects, all these things fall away. Because it takes you back to pre-concept, to your pre-conceptual nature, meaning before concepts arose. And this is natural for everybody. It is there in you right now. It is here in you right now. But because of the tendency, habit of the mind, attention is going to where the mind is most comfortable, where the mind is much more, the habits are stronger. That's where the attention is going. And so we tend to miss the power, the real power, which is in your silence and your ability to raise the level of consciousness and to still function. The world of names and forms may still be there, but your reality is functioning in a different way. You have harmonized your world. Now, the beauty of this is I'm not telling you go out and do, or undo. I'm simply saying stay in the place of the isness. Just be conscious of it. And in that consciousness, just ruminating, marinating in this conscious looking feeling. So much is burnt. So many delusions are burnt. So much waste of timeness is burnt there. You know, you're coming back into your immeasurable being. Meaning that when the ego is gone, then the limits are gone. The sense of limitations are gone. Not that you want to do anything with limit. What does the limitless want to do? It doesn't want to do anything. It's not like, oh, I'm limitless now, so I can just go to Venus. It's not that. It's much more beautiful than that. You don't have to want to do something to feel the beauty of yourself. That's why I say that is perhaps the true meaning of the term to enjoy yourself. To be in the joy of yourself. It's good. Thank you. Very good. Very good. Can I... yes, I hear from you for a minute. You speak to me. It's a little hot in here, no? Yes, thank you, yes.
Namaste, Master.
Thank you.
Mooji. The first thing is thanks. Is really I'm so grateful to this experience, to this place, and to you. And I would like to share what's going on in me. Is yes, the what isness is above all is to understand what is going on in my mind. It's really crazy, and to see, oh, it's not me, and so, oh, I can relax, because it's something like a tension is growing, and then I look inside of me, I can see a panic. One first thing is the panic, is a figure inside, a pattern I don't know about. I'm so fearful for everything, and simply to watch it and to say, that is not me, oh.
Yes.
And
another way is simply be zero. Be zero. Beautiful. Don't tell anybody. It's too beautiful, they won't understand. What is zero? Why to be zero? As I said, when we start counting, you start 1, 2, 3. Nobody ever say 0, 1, 2, 3. You be zero. Who understands? I am very impressed. Yeah, you be zero, meaning that somehow the senses are working, everything is working somehow. There's a presence, there's an awareness. But nothing is yours. It's like actions, reactions, interactions are simply happening and are being perceived. Even in the function of perception, you may also feel it's not even yours. I mean, who is perceiving all this stuff? I have no interest in them. But it's rare that people see with such simplicity. We all want to be something. Nobody wants to be nothing. So once you're in the count, you have to give account. When you're zero, you're off the grid. You are off the grid of the mind. It's one of my highest teachings. What is your highest teaching? Zero. Can you be zero? Nobody understands what is the zero thing he's talking about. But some get it, what it means. You stay zero. When you're zero, you can see everything. You can be everything. When you're one, you start to look at two. You start to be jealous of two. And then you two start to be jealous of everything else. When you're nothing, you're nothing. Now there's two kinds of nothing. There's a nothing that comes from the mind when somebody goes, you're nothing. You see, and you take it as a person. Then you feel insulted. Who you calling nothing? Huh? You see? But there's a nothing which comes from nothing. It's most beautiful. Zero. Don't tell anybody. When you're speaking, you talk like something. Yeah. Oh, really? Did you? Oh, very good. Inside, nothing. Nothing. Why? Because it's nothing anyway. People talking, yeah, have you been to this thing? Or have you seen it? Yeah. Oh, where's it good? No, it was that size. What is it? Nothing. Zero. The trouble is when you start to think it is something and that you are something. Okay? Don't tell anybody about it. Just reflect a little bit. Stay. What is the isness? It is also like a zero. Beyond the concept of zero. Only with a subtle mind you can understand this.
You leave me without words.
It's best. Even my words are not words. My words are also zero. But they're the most important zero. If you understand what I mean by that. Because they're going to neutralize all the concepts that we have. And concepts are fine. It's just that we believe in them too much. That they are real as something and have so many ideas about things and we are caught up in our ideas. And if someone has too many concepts, you cannot be free with them. They'll tell you, no, I don't like this. And yeah. No, what did you say? No. You cannot flow with too many concepts. Believing too much concept. You see? When one is empty, oh, beautiful. You okay, George? Fine. Up we go, whoa, down we go, oh, you okay, George? You're fine. Now, mind says, but that's stupid. You must have some judgments. You must have, yes. That one is not a fool. The one at zero is not a fool. Wiser than the wise also. Because the answer is not coming from the mind, it's coming from source. Respond is coming from source. If you ask what you're going to do tonight at 7 o'clock, you won't know. Neither do you. You only imagine you do. You think because you say you're going out to dinner and you go out to dinner at 7 o'clock, then you fulfilled your thing. But there's a lot of subtle things that you don't know, nor take into consideration.
I would like to ask you one last thing. Is instead of my mind, it's the fear of you and of to deserve the truth. How can I feel that is all I need in my life is to realize myself, to come back to home, and to have this urge, this thirsty, this desire at the top of everything.
Sorry, so the question is what?
Maybe it's not a question. It's if you can help me to see, to develop a urge to, okay, that's all, this one, to realize myself, to come back home. I deserve this. It is for me too, because we are one. I'm not out of
You
this.
can drop all those ideas altogether, and if you can see, I am here, I'm living on this land just like everybody else who is living here, and if you somehow invite me to you, you will come to know. If you invite me, I will come. You will come to know. But you're afraid of me also. You say you're afraid?
No, I'm thankful and.
Oh, good then, good.
And I would like to come to you too. I can.
Yeah, but just do.
Okay.
Now. You see, it's exactly what's happening. You say, I would like to do this thing. I said, do it. Why you like to do it means later, but you want to do, you do. No? Don't think too much. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, Mooji.
Hello. ¿Español?
Español.
Ah, ya.
Good afternoon, Mooji.
Good afternoon, Mirabal.
Yo te invito
I invite you
a que me invites
to invite me.
I invite you first. Tell him.
Yo te invité primero. He's hearing on the headphones.
Yo te invito a que me invites a ir a ese silencio,
I invite you to invite me to go to that silence,
a esa invisibilidad,
to that invisibility.
To the?
Invisibility.
a ese ser cero.
To be zero.
See. Did you not take the invitation the first time?
Creo que me puedes ser útil en eso.
I feel you can help me with that.
Estoy aquí para ello.
I am here for that.
La tomé en Madrid, la invitación, Mooji.
I took the invitation in Madrid.
Yes. where did the invitation bring you to? What did it reveal in you?
Algo que ya conocía.
Something I already knew.
See? Then what more do you need than that?
¿Y qué más
Pues conozco más y por eso sé que tengo que reconocer más. Y sé que contigo lo puedo conseguir.
I know more, and so I know that I need to recognize more, to see more, and I see that with you I will be able to.
See? Only by being very present and feeling that which is, what I call the what is. Just be very, very present with it. And at the same time, you know, understanding and feeling it. Understanding and feeling it. Understanding what it means experientially. Feel it. Everything is in the now. Everything is in the now, you see? Yeah, like that. And just do this.
Sí.
Mind will say, okay, where's the result? What's the result? It's not a result that you can hold in your hand. You are the result. The result is not an object that you will find. You are the result. You without you.
Lo sé.
I know.
Lo sé. Eckhart Tolle,
Eckhart Tolle
dice que cuando un tronco que está comenzando a arder se junta con otro que está ardiendo, prende más rápido.
He says that when there is a log that is burning, when it gets together with another log that is burning, it burns faster.
Y eso es lo que vengo haciendo con mis entrevistas y por eso te propuse hacerte una entrevista a ti.
Entrevista?
Yes.
This is what I've been doing with my interviews, and this is why I proposed to do an interview to you.
No es una mera entrevista con un fin público.
It is not a super interview with a public
Lo
end.
público es la consecuencia que ayuda a otros, pero yo vengo por mí y estoy aquí para mí.
What is public is the consequence that helps others, but I am here for me.
See, it's very important that the interviewer is interviewed about himself, and then your interview will be really, really valuable.
Por supuesto, así
Yes.
hago en mis entrevistas.
That's how it is. That's how I interview.
Yes.
Claro, mucho. Pues espero esa entrevista.
I hope for that interview.
Y quiero comunicarte que estoy aquí con billete de ida, como un viaje que hice a la India y no de vuelta. Es decir, no sé el tiempo que me aguarda junto a ti,
And I
ni
want
junto
to
a los
let you
tuyos.
know that I don't have a ticket back, that I only bought a ticket to come. So I don't know how long I have here. I did this before. I went to India like this.
The one who come will not go back.
Eso espero. Sé que mi estancia va a ser muy productiva.
This is what I'm hoping for, and I know that being here will be very productive.
Solo no quiero abusar más del tiempo, que yo creo que lo estoy haciendo.
I just don't want to abuse the time
Pero
with you. I feel
solo
I'm doing that.
comunicarte una cosa. Tengo una hija de 9 años.
But to let you know one thing, I have a daughter, she's 9 years old.
Entonces los periodos de tiempo que toca estar con su padre, es decir, conmigo, me gustaría que la admitieras aquí en tu ashram.
So in the times that she's with me, with her father, I would love if she could be admitted to come to the ashram.
See, yes.
Muchas gracias, Mooji.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
It's possible.
Sí.
Habrá personas que pensarán que me levantaba por no dar la lata y más. Perdonad, No he parado de moverme.
Oh, he was moving and moving a lot, so there may be people that think he got up just to stop moving.
Muy bien, muy bien. Muchas gracias. Oh. Está bien. Thank you. Yes. Okay, we take one more before. Who is it going to come? You? Okay, let's see.
Namaste, Mooji. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I have such gratitude in my heart for you. I've been on the land here for a few weeks. I came with a great amount of resistance. I was attending satsangs and part of me was wanting to escape. I thought I was going to be one of those people you talk about that flees and flies away. I thought, I'm never going to get it. Everybody else is going to get it. I usually hide in the back, so coming forwards today, for me, is really unusual.
That's right.
And last Tuesday, actually last Monday, I had a huge amount of panic, a knot in my guts, fear and anxiety, just terrible emotional pain. And so I found myself in front of a picture of you praying for help. And that night I woke up at 2 a.m. and the knot was unbelievable. And so I did exactly what you suggested. I did the invitation.
Yeah.
And it broke.
Yeah.
My heart is free. Such love, Mooji.
Oh.
I cannot believe it, that I would be so lucky.
I am so happy.
The things you promised, the love, the joy, immense, immense gratitude for being here. To be in Sahaja with you every day. I can't believe I'm so lucky. Thank you, thank you, thank you. With all my heart.
Thank you.
I'm here for another couple of weeks and I intend to deepen into this.
Yes.
Because every day it seems there is new and more and deeper, just as you say.
Yes.
I've even managed to get into the observer mode. A promise I never believed would be possible. I can see the craziness of this mind.
Yes.
I say to myself, I'm living with a psychopath in here. It's not an inner child, it's an inner psychopath that terrorizes me, or has done.
Yeah, has done.
It has done. I've had anxiety, depression, every kind of suffering you can imagine.
Yes.
And now I'm free. So free.
Thank you, thank you.
And you will always be with me in my heart.
Yes.
And one question, just at your request, to say hi to the Vancouver Sangha in Canada.
Oh, hi Vancouver Sangha.
Thank you.
Very nice. We're here so much, and we met you, and it's been so beautiful. So I'm so happy for this, also the gathering that took place, and it's been so charged and so enriching, so full. I'm very, very happy to send this love to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
Love you, love you, love you. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Well, I heard what you said, And there are things that I agree with, and there are things that I don't know if I agree with, well, because I don't understand them. And okay, first I'm doing the question, and second I will explain why is it, well, okay, I don't know the word. Well, why I don't understand it, okay. Yeah, I'm really shy and I usually don't talk in public like this. And yeah, it's been a good experience so far, thank you. And the question is, well, you said that our true being is beyond death, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I don't understand that because assuming that is true, then our true being must be independent from the universe. And universe, I mean all the things that we perceive. And how is that possible? Is that my question?
Say again now, our true being must be what?
Our true being must be, well, sorry. Well, I said if the true being is beyond death, then the true being must be independent from the universe.
Yes.
And I don't understand that.
How can you?
But how can you say that is beyond the death?
Experientially, this universe cannot exist without me, nor can it without you, if you understood. Because without one witnessing that which can be witnessed, it does not exist for you. I can only speak from my experience.
Okay.
So everything I see, it's not that I'm depending upon them seeing me. I'm looking at my hand. My hand is not looking at me. I'm looking at all of life. In some sentient forms, I see they're looking at my form. You see?
Yeah.
I'm aware of them. If I was not here, I could not be aware of them looking even. So their looking at me is inside me also, in my consciousness. Everything is inside my consciousness.
Okay, so you define existence just by a relative term, not an absolute thing.
Well, there's nothing so absolute about existence. What you call existence, are you talking about the perception of the phenomenal world, of the five elemental world and that appears in front of me? That is continuously changing all the time. And its changes is witnessed in my own self as it is in you.
Okay, so how do you define the true self?
Well, it has to be not that thing which is appearing in front of me. Everything that appears in front of me comes and goes. Every single thing.
Okay.
Every single thing that appears in me, including my concept of God, appears in me and goes. Even ideas about myself appears in me and go. And I watch them to come and go, both in their elemental concreteness and in their abstract forms, as you may say, as thought. Thought also I'm witnessing. Sensations that are so subtle, they are beyond any words, I am also the witness of them.
Okay.
I am the witness of their presence and their absence also.
Okay. I don't know if I understood, but...
Well, if you pay attention, because I'm not just wanting to throw words at you, I'm inviting you. My conversations are always an invitation to look with me. Your thoughts, you can see them. They come and they go. You witness their coming, you witness their going. None of the things that you perceive can be you. Because if
I understand that.
Okay, because for those who may not understand it, if anything that I perceive was myself, when they go, I would also be gone. And I'm here to perceive their arising and their departure. So I am not them.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
And I think meditation, it's a good way to, well, to create a distance between our true self and the existence around us and everything. But I don't understand why, for example, my true self doesn't die. Well, I don't understand that.
If, say, every single person here died not only in their body, not only to their thoughts, which are coming and going. In fact, you're dying more to your thoughts more frequently than you're dying to your body. But your body also is dying every day. Even at a cellular level, it is dying every day. Your thoughts also are coming and going. They're not consistent, they're going every day. If every aspect of ourself, including the consciousness, was also dying, so there's something about you in your entirety, in your totality, meaning that your aspect as the body, as mind, and as spirit, if you agree with the word spirit, if all of that dies, okay, by death, then there is no real continuity at all, okay? So that's finished. So every being that comes into play is brand new in every single way, including spirit. What is spirit coming from?
I got no idea.
Yeah. There are some things I cannot explain to you, true concepts that you will understand. This is why I presented this invitation to you, so that you would participate with me under my guidance and come to where the invitation takes you.
Okay.
You did this. Where did it take you?
Where will you...
What did you discover through the invitation?
What I discovered... I'm not really sure that I know that.
Tell me one thing that you know, really know.
I'm here.
You're here. As what are you here?
Well, I don't know who I really am. Well, my inner self, as you can call it, well, everything you want. It doesn't matter. But I can experience it. And that's fine for me.
Can you experience it other than it? Can you experience that inner self as something, as an experiencer of the inner self, as two separate things?
No. It's an experience from my body, from my mind, I suppose.
But your body doesn't say it experiences it. What is your name?
I'm Nuno.
Nuno. Does your body know it is Nuno?
No, it isn't. It doesn't matter for my body.
Right. So the body is not the one that has knowledge and knows I am Nuno. And the mind also can take different color. You can call yourself Nuno today. You can call yourself Joao tomorrow.
Yeah, of
also.
course.
And something remember, no, I'm Nuno. Okay, I like Joao and whatever. So that's also not so stable. Okay. And something beyond them knows that also my name or what that means is also, it has no actual reality. It's just the continuation of tradition and so on. We know this, no? So there's something apart from the body-mind. You yourself have said this.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's look at that, because the others we can see, we don't have to debate about that. They are pretty much kept alive by something else. Okay? That something else, you know what that something else is?
I don't know.
You said you know you're here.
Yes.
The body doesn't have that knowledge, I am here.
Yes.
Okay? Does the mind know of this knowledge, I'm here? Are you your mind?
I think with my mind.
Yeah, you think with your mind, so you are not your mind.
Yes, I'm not your... Yes, I'm not my mind.
Yes, because you are aware of your mind. That which is aware of the mind, what is its substance then? What is it other than mind?
I don't know. You can define it by the true self.
You can or you cannot define it?
You can.
You can define it by the true self. So what is the true self?
I don't know. And that's what I'm trying to find.
You cannot know the true self if you don't know what you are. You say, I don't know, and to a point I can accept that, because
Okay,
it's
so
quite a
not-
safe answer. It's a safe answer, and I don't know. It's a safe answer. It is an answer, I don't know. But you know you're here. You know,
Yes,
you
I
don't know what you are exactly, but you know that you are here. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And here meaning what? Here means manifest or unmanifest or both. When you say here represents what? I know that I'm here. Here means where?
Here means the set of things that I can perceive here and right now, in a scale of time, of course.
Right. So that which you cannot know, you know is here also amongst the things which are perceivable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why is it not perceivable?
I don't know. And I don't understand really.
Okay. You cannot know, really, in that sense, in the classical sense of the knowledge, meaning one thing knowing another thing, because you are not a thing. Your body is a thing, and your mind is a kind of thing because it's knowable, it's quantifiable. But the knower of your body and your mind, you don't know. You don't know because you are one with it. And that which you are one with, you cannot know. You can only be.
Okay, so we can only experience it, and we never know it.
You can only experience it. How you experience it as what?
Well, I don't know. Well, maybe focusing on what we think we.
If you focus on something, it must be something that becomes something objective that the focus can go to.
No, more like an interior thing.
Sorry, more like a?
An interior thing.
An interior thing. Okay,
Interior
okay.
thing.
Okay. Okay, so if you focus on this interior thing, which is not one thing focusing on another thing, it must be the same thing focusing on itself, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. Then what happened?
Well, I'm just trying to understand what
Yeah,
you mean
no,
by true self and.
I am trying to show you through your experience. Why don't you try and do it? Do it. Because if you say it's not two things, not one thing focusing upon another, but the same one thing focusing upon itself, then do it then. And
Yeah, but it's
show me the
really
reason.
hard to explain by words. It seems like there are no words to explain it.
Okay, but then when you do it, you may find that you don't need to explain it.
Yeah, but I'm just curious.
Curious is something else. Curious is second, you see? Self-knowing is primary, that's the first thing. Curious is something, curious about what?
Curious about the way I work, my body works, my mind works, and the way I exist.
Yes. The way you exist.
Yeah.
Do you think that there'll be anybody to explain that to satisfy you with concepts?
No.
So therefore you have to contemplate. I would like to do it with you. You see? I want to do it with you because I think there are some questions you're holding on to that they're secondary, they're not so important. But actually to be self-aware to the point where you are totally content, you're happy, that maybe you feel, actually I don't even need to know anything else, I'm just so content. Would you like to reach this place?
I didn't understand, sorry.
Would you like to reach such a place, or do you prefer to try and satisfy your curiosity about?
Well, maybe
curiosity
both.
is more mental, you know?
Yeah, but I think maybe, well, the two options. Like being curious about it and experience it too, and well, I don't know.
You put it as the same thing. Okay. Yes. That is the only thing that's called self-knowledge, which is perhaps not the right terminology, because knowledge is not really, it's not knowledge as in informational knowledge. It's more intuitive knowledge. It's a knowledge which brings deep satisfaction within you. That meaning that the removal of doubts.
Okay.
The removal of doubts amounts to a kind of knowledge or a knowingness.
If I move without doubts?
The removal of doubts,
yes,
can be also called knowledge or contentment or satisfaction.
Knowledge, I don't know if it can be, but content, yeah, I suppose.
So what would you like now?
Now?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm out of the question, so well, it's up to
how are you here? You're here just for Sunday Satsang?
It's my first time here.
From where are you coming?
I'm from Lisbon.
Yeah, okay. If it's important enough for you, then I'd invite you to come again. Maybe during the week also. Come at no time during the week. Or if you want, we can start at an earlier time in Satsang. And I can go through with you a little bit. Then others can join in at the same time, you see. But we are running now a bit late, 6:24.
Okay.
And
thank you.
You follow? And
yeah. So
but I'm very happy to look with you if you are.
Okay, thank you. So what am I supposed to do? Just come and enjoy?
You can call. Enjoy is a good word also. We are enjoying, you know.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm not sad. I'm just nervous.
Yes. No. But I can give you maybe Shri you can contact over there. So after Satsang, in the break, we're coming to a break now.
Okay.
And then maybe you talk with her. Then you can come and we can look together. I'd like to do that with you.
Okay, thank you.
And, you know, we can record it also so that, people, if they want to listen, they can listen to it also.
Okay,
but then we don't have to do it in front of everybody, and then you won't be so nervous.
Okay, it's fair enough.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure, thank you. Okay, so thank you everybody, thank you. Again, you know, it is a pleasure for me to sit and really to meet questions which arise from your heart more than from mine. Also from mine, I don't mind. Sometimes from the mind also come some questions, and there's some sufficient openness in them to direct them to the heart, and then also this is fine. I can't block questions that seem to say mine, and you know. So anyone who comes, I'm happy because it just gives another opportunity through which we can recognize the self. We can recognize the self in many different ways. So like this is another way also, somebody come, and you know, I sometimes enjoy also to speak with sometimes a physicist may come, or a mathematician they want to talk, or some scientists come. I enjoy the conversations with them when I have the chance. but I don't get much chance. It's true. So when I study, somebody have a different way of looking and say, okay, I'm like to look. This is a pretty normal way of wanting to look.
Mooji?
But yes.
Just because you said that, I'm just saying that quantum physics.
Please speak. Yes. He's going to bring the microphone to you so everybody can hear. And
I'm not a scientist, but I'm when you just said physicists, the quantum physics, so much that's being communicated, and they're saying, this Rupert Sheldrake says that modern science is 60 years behind. My point is that in terms of, they've agreed they don't understand, but in the quantum realm, there is good data that we don't know. But there's data that zero is pulsing with mystery and electrons, yes. And it's mind-bending. So I would just say, one of your quantum physicists that's tuning in, maybe he could email you and, sorry.
Yes. No, it's a good invitation. I enjoy, not as challenge. It can be as challenge. I don't mind, but as opportunity to look. Because sometimes we enjoy so much when sometimes people say, "Oh my God," but you see, like this, and it's fun because it's the same thread running through everything. So it has to meet up somewhere, and I'm very open to look at that. So, if there's a quantum physicist around somewhere, just to, it'd be nice to see what they found, because I am not science trained, so I don't know, but I enjoy that true understanding meets somewhere. It's beautiful. So thank you for your attention and everything like this. I said attention, not tension. And that we can have these beautiful conversations, not just to enjoy, but to explore and to recognize what is truth within ourselves, And what does that bring? It brings a much more healthier mankind and a beautiful realization of really our capacity, even within this dynamic field of such contrasting waves, seemingly, to recognize a harmony that transcends all the seeming conflicts that appears in the realm of phenomenality. It's beautiful, and human beings actually discover, and it leads to a happy existence, happy life, because it has to throw out what is unreal. It can't coexist with what is untrue. So the untruth gets burnt in it very quickly. You see, that is not so. It's not just to just have fun, but it's actually something. It's a restoration of our species in the most healthy way. I feel like that. You see, so we are all for it to see the peoples of this world come into a greater understanding. I don't have this fantasy that we're going to be, all together singing to the sound of music. We're not going to see this, but there can be greater understanding. We can be putting an end to the atrocities we see in the world and all these things. But I have to say that to bring about change in the phenomenal realm is not the goal of my conversations. To bring about lasting happiness and to bring an end to fear and to awaken beings to their true nature, their divine nature, this is the joy that I feel in my heart and the power that motivates these talks. That is what I can speak. So thank you, and love you, and all those watching in. And if we would like, we can have a bit of music now. It would be nice if some people come in. It's nice to see you, Marco. And Daniela is over there, very nice. So happy you came. So beautiful. Just.
I heard this song in Papaji Satsang, so I hope you will enjoy. I'm here, the silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I have always been. I'm here, the silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I have always been. I am burning and burning in your grace. I am burning and burning in your grace. I am burning and burning. I am burning and burning. I am burning and burning in your grace. Surrender to this mystery. Awaken to this beauty. Surrender to this mystery. Awaken to this beauty. And hear the silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I am always been. Hear the silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I have always been. I am burning and burning in your grace. I am burning and burning in your grace. I am burning and burning. I am burning and burning. I am burning and burning in your grace. Surrender to this mystery. Awaken to this beauty. Surrender to this mystery. Awaken to this beauty. And hear the silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I have always been. Hear the silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I have always been. I am burning and burning in your grace. I this mystery, awaken to this beauty. I'm here, this silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I have always been. I'm here, this silence calling me so softly, calling me to where I have always been. I am burning and burning in your grace. I am burning and burning in your grace. I am burning and burning. I am burning.
You have to finish the song, huh? You're not going to finish the song?
Actually, I'm finished. I can finish if you want. If you want. Surrender. To this mystery, awaken to this beauty, surrender to this mystery, awaken to this beauty. I surrender.
So we are going to take a break. Sundays we usually do this, and we have a few letters that come during the course of a week or so, and I usually take the time to read some of them. It's my time to give a bit of attention to them, and so we usually take a break about now and have some chai and some other things, I think. And those of you who like to come back for another half an hour, 45 minutes or so, you are welcome to come, and we can read together, and it's a nice part of Satsang, so I'd like to invite you to come. If you have to go, then reach safely home, and thank you for coming. Look forward to seeing you next time you come to Sahaja. So we leave it like that, and thank you. Thank you. Very nice, very good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you. So good. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, my love. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you. You did? I will talk about it. That's nice. Nice. Muscles. Oh, it's hot in there. Very hot. Oh, aren't you hot with all of this? Oh, dear. Maybe you'll go closer. Thank you.
So for those of you who are here for the first time, I neglected to say where to find the chai and cookies, and it's just down the hill in an area that we call Little Jamaica. And you'll find also a Sangha shop there. Just follow the crowd, you can't miss it, and we'll come back here in about 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
I have something for you. You come up with me and we get it, okay? Oh. Nice to see you again. Good. Nice to see you. So good.
I made this myself.
You made?
Yes.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
You can wear it or just lay it somewhere.
I'll try it on. It was nice with this class. Hi, how are you? So here you. Thank you. So good. See you so good. Hey, good. I'm going to come back and bring for you. Okay. Oh, yeah. Fantastic. Wonderful. Huh? Wonderful. Thank you.
I have something for you now. You can enjoy it.
Hold for me, careful.
Yeah, hold this one.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, man. Okay, come. Yes, that's right. It's fantastic, no?